Happy Monday, I guess, to everyone. It's Monday, so like, how you all doing? I thought we would make this switch because it seems kind of silly to have this on him at the moment. So let's keep that off of him for now. It was just a little jarring when I saw that, and I'm like, that is not what it was supposed to be. My continuity is now destroyed. We will not. No. Hello there. Yeah, I need you to check staff talk for something. A question I asked you and Chris later. I'm so sorry, Susato. Should have told you about the toxin. Ray! You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So I hoped to retrieve the substance from the English woman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? That you had no doubt in your mind about my innocence? That you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. I hid important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato! I deserve it! No, in fact, throw me to the floor! No, that's too good for me as well! Drag me through the city streets! I think we did. I remember this part specifically. Like, Jesus, back up. Oh, what dialogue that... Fuck! What dialogue did I skip? Did I just render it all meaningless? Oh, those actually do not taste the best with each other. Should probably focus on one for now. No, it's not till tomorrow. I don't know what she's bitching about. I was so scared, you know. When it happened, I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. Whatever do you mean? And a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right, just Miss Brett and myself. There was no one else. So I just don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that.
A great mystery indeed.
Still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. How it happened, and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promise you, I'm going to prove everything you saw is true.
Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order.
Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. You should hopefully have identified it on the blade by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. The police won't have any way of testing for it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we've done all this.
It's this newspaper article. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. It's all that Englishwoman's doing! And then the professor and Suzanne were being interviewed at the laboratory! That so-called English lady swooped in and blah 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 blah.
Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank, but Soseki-san's curiosity had been piqued, so I had little choice but to give him a cursory introduction.
So then Soseki-san knew about the poison.
Yes, and it's highly likely that the reporter was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too.
This many Mimosa. By the way, did that reporter join you all when you went to the beach?
I remember where we left off. Oh, wait a second. The pen, that's right. God, what did I feel the need to go all the way back there for? Alright, so, what you guys didn't know, and I'm pretty sure the game never told you guys, is that this is one of Spark Bushel's ancestors. Thank you, Lugia. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court.
Right in, Minimamu. The show you news. I'm what people like to call a journo. What's a journo, Father? Do you know?
It's simply a contraction of journalist.
I'm there where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to those to catch those scoops, so they're in print the next morning. End quote. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, what have we here? I'm sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people! Enemy senses a scoop in the offing! Female student up to foul play, defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. End quote. The readers will laugh this up. We'll set up above the fold at 72 point in a 5-leg format, the morning edition.
Well, nobody needs to say that they're a nice guy. If you need to say that you're a nice guy, I'm inclined to believe you are not a nice guy.
Huh?
Right then, let's start with your name.
Oh, it's Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Next, what made you want to become a lawyer?
I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose.
Ryutaro has suddenly become very ambitious, I see.
I just borrowed Kazuma-sama's dream for a while.
By the way, my name is Taketsushi Aochi. That's Taketsushi Aochi. The so-called dark horse of the Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart.
No! The readers won't buy that.
What?
Witness. Yes?
What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture.
No.
I'm not 100% sure on this because I've never bothered to check, like, the lore behind it. But I'm pretty sure that's one of the reasons why you still have the drawings. Actually, I take that back. I think it depends on your state. Because I know here they do allow photographic equipment under certain cases of public scrutiny. I don't know if it's all criminal cases, but I know some of the high-profile ones recently have had photographic and video stuff. Video equipment. I don't know. I don't know why the drawings thing still exists, to be honest. But yeah, so that... I think it depends on your jurisdiction. I'm not sure if it's the same all throughout, but I know in Wisconsin you can. At least when we're talking about a case like this. If it was like this case, they would be allowed to have, I mean, I'm not going to bring up the case, but there's been one particularly large case in the past year that the pictures from testimony has become a meme. Obviously, somebody had to photograph that, right? It wasn't breaking and entering, it was just entering. So I would suppose the reason they would do that, that would be a way to try to get off on a technicality. So let's see. Breaking and entering. Wisconsin. Is that what we called it? So like, in Wisconsin, it's not called breaking and entering, it's called burglary. And the definition is, whoever intentionally enters any of the following places without the consent of the person in lawful possession and with intent to steal or commit a felony in such place is guilty of a Class F felony. So in our state, it doesn't matter. Like, that argument would be worthless. Because as long as they were still entering the premises without permission, with the intent to steal, they're guilty of burglary. In a state where I'd imagine that if there was a very specifically worded, is why you don't do this, very specifically worded statute for that action in a different state where part of the definition requires forcible entry, and there is no forcible entry, well, then the crime can't be that, then. With the intent to stick flyers everywhere without permission? That's just trespassing, then. Here. There's no... That's trespassing. So the technicality would be, if you're trying to charge... trying to up the degree of the charge by including something that would indicate forcible entry, then what you'd be doing is trying to defeat part of the elements behind the crime. Because if all elements are not present, then they can't convict you of that crime. That's also why, generally speaking, sometimes it's a good idea to bring multiple charges instead of just one. Just depending on, because then you give yourself a little room. But yeah, that's you would just be trying to get off on a technicality. You admitted that you did something you weren't supposed to do, but not what they said I did specifically.
Time to tip the scale.
And because of that, I can't be charged with it, or I can't be found guilty of this crime. But as far as I can see, Wisconsin doesn't have anything like that, where forcible entry is an element of the crime. So, like, if you go to Wisconsin and you go to breaking and entering, it just takes you to burglary, and burglary mentions nothing of, and trespassing doesn't require forcible entry either. So, I think that's why they would do that. I can't imagine why else you would say, yeah, we did it, trespass, but we didn't forcibly enter the premises. Nor should it be a part of the element, an element of the crime. IMO, exactly for this reason. You trespass. Mr. Poohee Moohee, thank you for the sub. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. That must have been a Freudian slip. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick. Would present it with a scoop like that now, would I? Sometimes stories call out to me. Sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you gotta be fast. You gotta be fast. Fast legs to run with, and a fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my many oh God, many mimosism. Hey, DoggoMcPawggo, welcome back to the student body. Much appreciated. Always appreciate the support. Enjoy those emotes. I think that's 2 months. I guess that's what throws me off, because I assumed it was memo was the pun, but it's not pronounced that way. It would be pronounced that way. It'd be pronounced memo. Many is closer to many, I'd say. Many memoism. Sure, there's more damage, but that's more of a civil problem than a criminal problem. That would be my argument, at least, for it. That's not a hard and fast rule. That would be my argument against it needing to be an element of the crime. To me, if you trespass, it doesn't matter how much damage you did to the property. You trespass. Now, value does mean a lot more in something like theft, because you could have larceny and then you could have grand larceny if you steal above a certain amount of value, right? But if he does a bunch of damage to your place, I mean, yeah, you trespassed, and you damaged my house, so now I'm gonna sue you in civil court for the damage you caused to my house. But again, that's purely my opinion as a part of why it should not be a part of trespassing. I'm sure there's a reasonable counter argument to that. That very similar to something like theft, based on the amount of damage you do, so too should the penalty. He stole my heart. Oh God. Fucking Phantom Thieves out here getting life sentences because they stole hearts. You know what? Fuck it. I'm going straight Sonic with this guy. That's what I call my many memoism.
Many memoism?
Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day you were interviewing myself and Soseki-san.
Yes, right. That was me. Many memo again.
But you were supposed to be going back to the Shoyu news offices after our meeting.
But the scoop is, I did it. Ha ha! Way past cool. Because that Englishwoman's words had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brutt's words? A criminal left to do as she pleases just because she happens to be a British citizen? It's horse dung. Totally uncool. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns.
Wow, this escalated quickly. Yikes.
stay your tongue, young man. There are complex political issues at play.
Hey, I gotta respect. I gotta respect the courage there, the audacity to just be like, fuck all of you. And orange means orange juice, by the way.
He did come flaming hot. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad.
But I had no problem with that.
Are you ready? I'll read it out. It's all here. Right, here goes. I should like to go with everyone to see our country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. In the bro.
Welcome. Is it exam times for you guys too? Oh yeah, Maxim, didn't you say you just took a physics exam?
That's why I decided to sneak after them.
Not exam times yet. 3 to 4 weeks. Wait. Oh, it's April. Okay, yeah, I guess that's kind of early. Mobby! Like, yeah, I never had exams in April.
It's probably a little much.
It's probably a little much, right? I'm not sure. Is there a place in the world where you have exams in April? Because in Japan, that's where their school year. That's when their school year. Their new school year like starts, right?
Yeah, don't forget to take your physicals.
We call that a midterm here. Halfway test would be a mid-term because it is in the middle of the school term. But do you have final exams? Do you not have final exams, Lynch? Because, like, it sounds like in Russia it's kind of similar to here in that you have your semester, and you probably have little quizzes throughout just to make sure that you're keeping up. But then you probably have a big midterm, and then more little quizzes throughout, and then a big final exam that likely takes up the biggest proportion of your grade, or at least a significant portion. What is MIPT? Hello, original gameteer. I guess there are some classes, I guess, where we didn't have midterms. I think English, for example, it was more about what we were reading at the time, and so there'd be a big test about each. Like, we had a big test after the, oh god, no. That's right. She waited until after we read both the Iliad and the Odyssey to then try to trip people up between the two, which I think is trash, but... Oh, that's the name of the university. Okay, okay. That makes sense. He has infinite pages. The fucking memo book's magic. The magic many memo book.
To get the woman's story so I could hammer her in the press. And other places. Do you mean to say that you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. That's broken.
I don't think so. Keith, I don't think so. I think it's more than I think it's a lot higher than $1,000. Thank you for the $5, by the way. Okay, so the way Wisconsin does it, we don't actually call it... It looks like we don't call it larceny or grand larceny. But it's just whether it's a misdemeanor or a felony, and then it's like... There are intervals to it, like... You get a Class I felony if the theft was anywhere between 2,500 to 5,000. And then it'd be Class what? H if it were between 5,000 and 10,000. And then it's Class G if it's greater than 10,000 but less than 100,000. Punishment for a Class G felony includes a fine of no more than $25,000, imprisonment for a term not to exceed 10 years, or both. I don't think I've ever seen anybody get 10 years for... I guess unless it was they're repeated offenders. Well, as you see, Mr. Demeanor was a petty criminal and did a bunch of small crimes, but nothing really all that big, but became so notorious that they referred to his acts as misdemeanors. No, that's not what happened. But yeah, so here it's either misdemeanor theft or felony theft. Whereas I think other states will define it as larceny or grand larceny. You will state exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. As I eat one of these awful things for $5. Ruining the wonderful chocolate peanut butter taste in my mouth from my Premier Protein. Oh, this is a lot worse today than usual. Has this been because it was sitting there for a little while? That's interesting. That one of them doesn't have anything to do with monetary value specifically, but instead specific types of items. An orange candy. I eat an orange candy for every $5 I receive. Keith in particular has been the source of many orange candies. Oh, that's lingering too. That specific one was an airhead, I think. A small airhead. Hey, no problem. Take it easy. Happy studying. Oh, yeah, okay. So, yeah, your state has very different levels in terms of, like, the boundaries of the levels.
The beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens, so there was plenty of gaps I could see inside through. The Englishwoman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife. Throwing the Englishwoman to the floor, she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal spirit burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera, ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot.
Wait, does he have suspenders upon suspenders? Was I saying that right?
Read screens, you say? I'm sorry, read screens, you say? Right! You can see them clearly enough in the great shot I snapped.
Hey, fans of Killer, welcome back. Very sorry to hear about that. Yeah, no problem. Just glad to have you back around. Oh, the straps of his camera. Okay, that makes sense. I'm just like, you have double suspenders? Is that a thing?
The hut walls were just screens made of coarsely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and brings some relief from the summer heat. And it was breeze for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing bottling up.
Enduring for the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved.
Did you witness everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut? Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. And you say that you took the photograph through a gap in one of the screens? Luckily for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it? Would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. A tenacity of purpose that's considered admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk one day, run a scoop the next. That's many memoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No! Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. That is, this testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news, a startling photograph, all the makings of an exceptional story for the reporter. Why, then, was the story never published? Oh, that's right. It seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency.
There's more to this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest.
I did in my head. I was just like, yeah. He did it. He did it. He did it.
Seems we're always close to a verdict, indeed. Except when we're not.
Hold it!
What made you want to see what was happening inside the beach hut in the first place?
Call it journal instinct. Can you think of a better reason?
Oh, I don't know. Perhaps as well as being a proven criminal, the person inside was a young woman?
I see where you're going with this. Brace yourselves, people. He's painting the journal as a voyeur.
It's hardly slander, sir. You had a camera and you were taking pictures without the woman's knowledge.
Nope, you've got it all wrong, little student boy.
Sorry?
To my mind, all that was inside that hut was a scoop. Nothing more, nothing less. Scoops know no gender. Man or woman, it's all news. It's not even many-memoism. It's basic journalism.
Only the courtroom was as indiscriminate. Or society in general.
Right, so if that's all buttoned up, can we move on? Tell the court then, witness, what side prevail your eyes? A sight that vindicated my journal instinct, that's what. When I pulled back the reeds, I could see it all as clear as day.
I actually have no idea as to like the context of whether that's considered a success for Capcom or not in terms of like the other games.
Hold it!
So you actually saw Membami-san enter the hut?
Yep, and she was raging like my journal spirit.
The argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly?
You stole it. I didn't steal it. That sort of thing.
Talking about the poison, I suppose.
Student girl walked right up to the Englishwoman and really started laying into her. I mean, if she'd laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs.
Oh. Oh. Oh, Lord.
Hey, Idris.
Oh, my soul. My soul. Forgot to do this earlier. There we go. Wait. Oh, 500,000. Okay, because that seems like a significantly higher number. So it doubled its sales. That's good. The more it exceeds its expectations, the better shot we have of getting more games. Good job, everyone. Grape candies. Those aren't great either, so yeah, that would be some suffering on your end. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of artificial grape flavoring either. It's just not nearly as bad as oranges. And I actually like normal grapes. That's why it's good, right? That's why it's good to do that. Especially these DS games. I'm not sure Japan knows. They have to know. But I don't think they don't comprehend why. There's a lot of people that never played any of these DS games. Ever. Because they never played any handheld consoles. So fucking remaster them and re-release them. There are a lot of games on DS that I bet people would play if you did the same thing that the same treatment that the trilogy got. Yeah, and it seems like the Great Ace Attorney would sell well because you can jump into the Great Ace Attorney without, like, needing to have played the other Ace Attorney games. Those are good to have as background, but you don't need them to have a good time with this game. Yeah, I'm excited to play Dual Destinies when we get to that. I definitely don't feel like I'm fading on the original line. It could be because of how I time this, but like, if anything, I'm like, all right, I'm ready for that. That's exactly why I want to play Dual Destinies. Tell me the word controversial, I'm like, yeah. Wait, hating case 3 of what? Of what? Great Ace Attorney? Oh, I loved case 3. That's the Gilded case. That case is great. Yeah, I thought that case was good. I mean, obviously the omnibus stuff drove me crazy, but there's a reason, right? No, but that's the thing. The case didn't do that. The case made you pick your client. That's what he, like, struggled with. Your client got off, and I'm like, yeah, unfortunately, that's kind of what you would have to do. You can't just out your client in court. Honestly, I don't care for Soseki as a character. He's kind of annoying to me. Like, I felt bad for him because, you know, he was in a foreign country and whatever, but beyond feeling bad for him like that, I didn't really care for his character very much. That didn't help. And oh my god, that fucking what's his face's wife. What a shithead. Oh my god.
The man should have been an author. His descriptive talents are wasted on journalism. But the students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on it. He really ought to work on his similes first, though. To be honest. Anyway, the point is that woman in the dock was mightily angry. Then her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Wabbit, am I right? Which was a climatic moment that I caught on film.
Hold it!
Do you swear before this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment? I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan. The beach hut. How could this happen to me? I made my mistakes. Got nowhere to run.
I think my dog just told me to shut up. Yeah, that case got me feeling some things that cases prior to it hadn't done.
Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all here in my memo pad.
You're not going to be able to convince me that the mini memo pad isn't inspired by the Bob Law Blah Law blogs.
When I first peered into the hut, I'm sure that the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that.
She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly, is what I've noted down.
Now that's a name I haven't heard in a long time. A long time. Glad to see Arrested Development made its way into somewhat into Finnish media. Oh God. Damn it, Maxim! Hold on. I need to play this once so I can get it out of my goddamn head now. Everybody can blame Maxim for this. It seriously is gonna be in my head the entire stream if I don't listen to it.
Timmy Turner, my name is Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dimsdale Dimmadome. Thank you for locating my long-lost son, Dale Dimmadome, heir to the Dimsdale Dimmadome fortune. If there's anything I can ever do to repay you for your kindness, all you need to do is ask. Doug Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome. Doug Dimmadome.
Oh God. Okay. Okay, we got that out of the system. Whew.
It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Then the next moment as I was watching, The evil student girl entered the hut.
Objection to the use of the word evil. Like that's stricken from the record.
After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. The Englishwoman went for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. And in a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other.
That was a smooth move.
What you described as a grim crime indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what many memoism says.
Oh god. Many memoism sounds like a really bad, what was, the long, or lang? He called it a word, didn't he? He said something like,
Lang she says. Blah, 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 words of wisdom.
By the way, Many Mamo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your very eyes through the gap of the screen, did it not occur to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film?
Journos have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'etre.
I don't know how to say that word, that term.
Raison d'etre.
That's the closest I'm gonna get.
So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all?
Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in.
And that's something to be proud of, is it?
De Trep.
De Trep.
Raison d'etre.
I'm so sorry.
Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor. I think the witness's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony.
Father, what do you...
I will grant the defense's request. Many Mamo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of memoism.
What? Nihilism is the foundation of many memoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. Holy shit! Many memoism sounds awful.
Alright, let's take a look here.
Alright, so he said he saw it through, like, here, right? Okay.
He claims us by the whole affair from start to finish. If true, his testimony is devastating.
But it does seem as though he's holding something back, doesn't it?
That's how you feel. I suggest you trust your instincts and press him with everything he said.
None of that was useful at all, Father. Thank you.
Hold it!
What the fuck, CJ? I thought you were gonna be here all stream. Dude came in just to drop a $5 to make me eat some orange. Thank you, CJ. As always, I appreciate your support and torture. Oh, that's the sour one.
Improvise, adapt, overcome.
That hasn't been dropped in a while. What wrong with the sour ones, besides tasting awful? That they take forever to chew. Hey, it's stuck? Ugh. Oh, so much stuff in my teeth.
I object to the word evil. Perhaps nefarious in nature, but not evil or malevolent.
Really? You didn't set foot inside the hut at all? Are you quite sure about that?
I think you may have the wrong impression of me. Having the wrong impression of someone is definitely a tenet of many memoism, though. You're doing a great job. We're talking about a murder scene here. My nerves were stretched to breaking point already.
Oh, I see. You were scared? Maybe I did have the wrong impression of you, yes.
It was all I could do to stifle a scream and hold my hand steady enough. Snapped a shot.
Really should have summoned help before thinking of your camera.
Many memoism and humanism don't always agree. And most of the time in those instances, many memoism comes out on top. Nothing matters. It's all a black abyss. We mean nothing. Many memoism. Eat at Arby's. As a sculptor of stories, sometimes I have to be cruel for my art. Yes, that's spot on.
Surely he's making this all up.
Okay. All right, let's take a look at this here court record.
Objection!
Many Memo-san, until now I've had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth.
You're spot on there. Press doesn't lie.
Sorry. Whew, couldn't say that with a straight face.
Which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Show You News on my arm. In a way, that's many memoism.
Sadly, though, It seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth.
Apparently.
What are you suggesting with those recriminatory words, Counsel?
Many Memo-san, you recognize this fountain pen? This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died.
What are you...
If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. The initials of the accused, Raymond Bobby.
Is it a coincidence, I wonder, that your initials are also R.M.?
No!
Write in many memo. R.M.
That's Horse Doug! Not cool at all! Can't you see? One of the central tenets of many memoism is being a pencil user.
Except for that fucking ink on your hand!
And yet, as the court will clearly be able to see, on your right hand, there is a very obvious blue ink stain.
I'd say that's more of an indigo, personally. Or violet, maybe?
It would appear that you must have rather carelessly left it somewhere recently.
Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Huh, Horsey Horse Doug!
Many Memo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Giselle Brett in that beach hut?
Attention!
Why should we listen to this the absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Show You News will stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with the initials RM as there are stars in the night sky.
The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is.
In that case, counsel to the defense will now show the court where this alleged clue lies.
Of course, Your Excellency. The clue on this fountain pen that clearly reveals its owner's identity is... Where's the... there it is.
Should probably show it, though.
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize, Many Memo-san.
Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Show You News.
In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Show You News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the night sky don't seem so numerous, do they?
Oh! Get him!
Well, Many Memo-san, how do you respond?
No!
Boom.
Order, explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets.
I've used nothing but honest tactics.
Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before that grim tragedy unfolded, I, a Show You News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman.
An interview?
You never mentioned this before?
cool theme. Like a silly spaghetti western theme.
What exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student girl showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we many memoists say, the people don't pay their dues for untrustworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, the score cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, all right. But on one condition.
I'm sorry, witness. I think you're under the mistaken impression that this is a voluntary choice of yours, and not something where if you don't listen to me and give us this goddamn testimony, then I won't throw your ass into the gallows.
Alright, later, Deb. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Soseki Natsume-san.
So, Soseki-san?
Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves. Because it's not a harmless one, it's big. What? What? Many Mamoism states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Very well, I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand.
Soseki-san hiding something?
Well, that's just it. It's not unreasonable that he's, curious and thinks it might be material to the case, but we have no idea what it is. But this would never happen in a court anyways. Not our court. 2 witnesses at once. Going back and forth.
I asked the Englishwoman for an interview, but she declined, so I left the hut without making a fuss. Then, watching secretly from outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and the other witnesses come running. The detective realized that the victim still had a pulse, so he ran off to fetch help. That's when this writer man here asked the woman a very significant question. But he didn't say anything about that in his testimony, which is why many memoism demands I reveal it now. You mean to say the victim regained consciousness?
And
And when she did, you decide to ask her a question?
that's, true, yes.
He did, and that's not all. The woman gave him a very definite answer. An answer that incriminates the accused. This is preposterous. Why am I only now hearing about this? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack?
It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose the withering English rose a question, I don't deny it. But she could no longer speak. She was barely conscious even.
Counsel for the defense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This court must and will know the truth. Excuse me.
Absolutely, Your Excellency. Reporters claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow? What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Well, of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of last year. About the case in which Dr. John H. Wilson lost his life? That's not the way I phrased it. Many memos and calls for straight talk. Why'd you murder Dr. Wilson, is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. That's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that.
And how did Miss Brett answer?
With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Whew, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there.
Really? Something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together.
Leave every room as if you're waltzing in a dance hall, I say. It's the best way. Veteran at the paper taught me that.
Hold it!
That was very persistent of you, considering that Miss Brett just turned you away.
Persistence wins the prize. Any memoist would tell you that. Let them think you left. Then just when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence.
Actually, I'd prefer you shut the fuck up unless you have an objection. In the middle of my cross-examination, counsel! It's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify the witness.
And now that you found me, I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. Except for that thing I hid earlier.
I'm sure.
Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it.
The British judge is good, but I think I like the Japanese judge more. The Giselle, yeah, the whole Giselle thing where he's like, this is the court of law, and I will not let international circumstances sully the law, the purity of the law. I'm like, oh my God, however he said, I was like, oh, yes, sir. But he hasn't, I mean, this case, he's kind of a nothing, which is good. A judge should not be the star of the show. If the judge is making himself, the judge being the star of the show is like an umpire in a sporting event making themselves the star of the show. They're just, they should not be making a circus out of things. And so if he's just kind of inconspicuously doing his job just by listening to everything, taking all the evidence, then rendering his verdict later, that's good. That's a good thing. He is a Giga Chad. I guess the issue with the English judges that we've been in front of him for so much longer that he has more opportunities to go, oh, why'd you do that? Why did you do that? But, I mean, in general, British judge is still good. I just think the Japanese judge is better. Although the Japanese judge, too, has a penchant for going, huh, seems like I'll have a verdict to render very soon. Like, well, yeah, way better than the regular judge. I mean, the regular judge is the funniest insofar as he's a fucking idiot. But I don't want my judges to be funny. I want my judges to be judges. funny like a clown. That's what the OG judges. He is funny. Funny like a clown.
Detective Real.
And Saseki-san remained in the hut? Behind in the hut?
That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over. From his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging.
What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me while I was traveling abroad. Back behind baleful bars! They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. I felt as though I was gasping for air, drowning in a sea of cold sweat. Poor Soseki-san, his experiences in London have screwed him deeply. I know it said scarred, but I think it's more appropriate here to say screwed, because he is fucking screwed for the rest of his life. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely.
No sutras are to resound in my courtroom. Wait. No sutras are to resound in my courtroom, please. Keep your goddamn sutras to yourself. And now we come to the crucial part. That's when it happened.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well now, you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Otherwise, that would be hearsay. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man?
Ah!
Out with it, you yokel hack. What'd you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman?
Well, in truth, I'd been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see.
I am really interested in seeing how this pertains to anything.
Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose. Even for a grown man.
But then all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, a young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray! I ran up the beach to see what was happening to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosonaga saw Miss Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan. A moan from the dead Englishwoman. That would imply she isn't dead, then, right? Have I ever played a tabletop RPG, or is there something specifically called tabletop RPG? Yo, what's up, JB? I nearly jumped onto my skin! But what did you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you?
Don't protract this any longer. How'd the woman respond?
She didn't! She said nothing in response. But
when in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion, reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony.
I will!
No evasion of Reddit. Fucking Reddit, I hate Reddit. Always downvoting my posts.
A tabletop? Yeah, I played, we had a, what was it? Was it 3 years? No, it's probably closer to, like a little over 2-year Pathfinder campaign that got super derailed once COVID happened. And then our DM had a kid.
and then one of our characters, or one of our friends moved to a different state. Ancient Chinese, ancient Japanese Reddit. That would have been something. I asked her who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
So you tried to find out who the culprit was.
He who asks a question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. And having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better to be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever.
However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct?
Downvoting my beard hydration. Tutorial. Yeah, you see how beautiful it is? Yes, but Your Honor, your audio was just terrible. It sounds like you were talking through a 1940s radio. Oh, I missed Stando. World War II radio. I know why. I know why the English woman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache. Because I'm Japanese.
Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems.
Having read the report on his time in Great Britain, I can't say I'm surprised at his xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all, did she, Mr. Writer-Man?
Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She just lifted a trembling finger and pointed in the direction of the defendant.
Hold it!
This Brett pointed a finger at the defendant. Soseki-san, is that really true?
It's not easy to stand here and say this, but when we first entered the beach hut, the English woman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you? The English woman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut, which was, like, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today.
No!
Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in your original testimony?
What? Fiddlesticks, I say!
What? This is not a British court of law. You will respond in Japanese.
Yes, of course. The English woman did point her finger towards the back of the hut, but I was trembling, and she was trembling, and everyone was trembling. Everything was a blur. And thinking about it, I feel as though perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction to where the student girl was standing. To somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all.
You mean that your memory of events in the direction in which the victim was pointing at are both unclear?
Yes, that's it, unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. There can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of her assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. It's now abundantly clear that no one besides the accused could possibly have committed this crime. I'm inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial.
No, no!
That line's writing itself. Dashing lawyers hopes dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition.
This is
It is a serious blow, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and substantiate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over.
But that's impossible, Father. We don't even know how the crime was committed yet.
Possible though the task may seem, we have no choice. Must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need.
Ray gave us her account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut listening to what I was saying, and then a moment later, she suddenly got to her feet before collapsing on the floor in front of me with a knife in her back. How could Miss Brett have been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty but for herself and Ray? Somewhere amid all the information we've gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question.
I take it then that the defense has nothing further to add. So the gallant yokel student's luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I'm ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter.
It's a crucial turning point now. If I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the culprit hiding? And how did he or she stab the victim?
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being.
Oh, to what end, counsel?
The defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene who could have committed this crime.
What?
And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. But by mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction.
This is fiction, fantasy. Very well, as you seem so sure of yourself, counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Yes, Your Excellency.
You will present your latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are you proposing the culprit was concealed?
Take that!
I chose poorly. I mean, that was what I thought. Like, he had to have stabbed her in the back here. Oh, I guess it could have been like here. Picture. It definitely wasn't back here, because Soseki said she wasn't actually pointing in the direction of the culprit. So, like,
Take that!
oh god, this better not be one of those fucking... If this is like that, what was it, 2-2? I think... Where I, like, pointed somewhere and they were like, no, and I went back and pointed, like, a millimeter to the left and they're like, yes!
Take that!
God damn it!
Should probably save here. I'm not entirely sure where they want me to point it. Yes, the killer is on the roof, obviously. Oh god, under the floorboard. Who would do some shit like that? She was here. She got stabbed in the back, which means it has to be over here somewhere. She got up. She fell here. Ray comes behind her here, pulls the knife out. Culprit was back here, but like, where specifically do they want me to point?
Take that!
Under the water outside. Telekinesis. That knife right into her.
Take that!
God damn it. Oh. That is. Like, he could have stabbed her from outside. The bullet from TL6!
Take that!
There aren't many other places I don't think he could be, unless my theory is just flat out wrong.
Take that! Take that!
More like out here?
Take that!
Because if this isn't true, then I have no idea how it happened. I don't like that. Based on what Soseki-san said, that doesn't make any sense. At least the way they worded what Soseki-san says, that doesn't make sense. And that's poor placement. He said another direction entirely. That is not. That is literally the same direction.
Naruhodo-san would never give up, and I'm a Naruhodo now.
No, I thought he said it wasn't just slightly. Yeah, she stood up from the chair, which was in the corner. Like that seems poor. But we'll see. Maybe they explain it better. Oh, you know what? I see what the problem is. I thought this was the chair. No. No, Max was right. This is her dress. But it looks more like a chair than this does. The seat, the back. Just very frilly. This looks like a table. This doesn't look like a chair. This looks like an end table. Maybe a stool. And then this is the table with the shit on it. But yeah, this is... Maybe it's... So the problem is that the diagram is bad. At least in terms of how they drew it. But yeah, I totally thought this was the chair. So that... I still think that kind of contradicts what Soseki said. I think the problem is that it was phrased poorly. He didn't mean that it was pointed in a different direction. Because it's still the same direction. He's still pointing towards the culprit. But what he actually meant is that he was pointing at it. She was pointing at a different point behind the culprit. As opposed to the direction being different. So yeah, that would explain why I had issues with that. I totally thought that was the chair. I thought this was the dress. I thought this was the hanger here. And now I realize that that doesn't really look like a hanger.
I'm glad you're having fun.
Yeah, very different direction. That's a really bad way of putting that. Thank you, Original Game Tier, for the sub. Much appreciated. But yeah, so I think that's what he meant, is that he pointed, but it wasn't at her, it was behind her. Which would make sense then. Yeah, but here it's not just okay to say, well, the general point is we're talking about a court of law. Your language has to be more precise than that. He didn't do a really good job of that here. The laziness with the way that was described would be deemed pretty bad in a court of law.
The culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed at this location here.
I read this. I know what he's saying, but I definitely read this as, "You mad, counsel?" Like, what, I'm mad because I'm losing or something? But no, he's like, "Are you mad, counsel? Are you mad, counsel?"
You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut? What? Order.
But student lawyer Naruhodo-san Esquire, that makes no sense at all.
You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was trying to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individuals loitering about. I can swear to that. Oh.
Yeah, you're right. That's exactly where you were sitting.
Obviously, if the culprit had been outside the hut, there is no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut.
Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way.
Ah!
And, point of fact, the defense can provide evidence that strongly suggests that that is precisely the way Miss Brett was stabbed. Stabbed, yeah.
You're bluffing. The defense's assertion is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You'll need to give us more guidance, counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut?
It'd be the picture, wouldn't it? My first thought. Look, you can clearly get your arm through there to stab somebody. Or is it this? Yeah, it might be that. That might be what they're talking about. That slit is very conspicuous.
Take that!
The original photographic print of the crime scene?
Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside, outside the beach hut.
Do you take us for fools? April Fools? There is no hint of any such thing.
I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to.
Counsel, once again, I must call on you to be explicit for the court. State your words plain, sir. Where on this photograph is the trace of the stabbing with which you claim took place from outside the hut?
Take that!
Look closely, just here. At this photograph. In the screen of the screen of God. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds.
No, I can't see any such thing.
It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate the...
Why does that word look weird to me? Am I just having a weird, like, brain moment? Let me type. Yeah, I don't... That's so strange. I focus on the weeds. What's his request? I don't know what happened. Oh. Time out for the real sussy baka. It does sound redundant. Like, I get it. I get it. And if I were in court, I'd probably say the same thing. But just kind of reading it, you're like, huh, okay. I don't know. My brain saw that and just went, huh? This is extraordinary. No, if we timed out every sussy baka here, we'd have to time out Maxim every time he tries to start a coup.
Yes. The true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut.
Ah!
And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when Miss Brett was killed. Raiten Menimemo-san.
It could only have been you!
Somebody get the Danganronpa graphic.
It has to be you! No! No! Not cool!
Attention!
What, attempted coups? Thrice times? This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at the photograph again. Every time I do it makes me laugh.
Why is there no... So, like, there's, what, prosecution funk, or whatever that is, and then you have the smooth criminal video. Why is there no look at this photograph Phoenix Wright video? Just such a wasted opportunity. I wish I was any good at, like, syncing video like that.
The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume as part of this farcical scenario that the assailant was a knife thrower?
Objection!
No, you fucking idiot! No?
Do you recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death?
I would if I could. But, like, I see people do like abridged, like, lip syncing and, like, their, like, alterations of the movement and stuff, and I'm just like, I have no idea how I'd go about that. I'm sure it's not that difficult once you learn. The guy who made the Smooth Criminal video said he did it in like half a day or something. Might not even have been that long.
Have another look at the photograph. I assure you this time it will not make you laugh. The slit in the reed screen
would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word! So, in fact, the victim was killed while sitting on that stool.
Well, yes and no. She was stabbed on the stool. She didn't die till later.
By a stab wound to her back delivered through the read screen. Ah! Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed to the floor in the middle of the hut. Before the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Memo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge.
Yeah, it's not that easy.
This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness.
That seems to be a little... You jumped the gun a little bit, Your Honor.
Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter.
I love how inappropriately he phrased that. The court did it. I am the court. Thus, I got to the bottom of this. Instead of saying,
the defense has successfully established the truth of this matter. Which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. I finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. Though this can't be, the Elchi clan can't. What of my growth of hope? It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this. I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by delivering my final Ha ha ha! Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedoms to speak and branded them as criminals.
dude, nobody's suppressing your ability to speak. You simply said nothing. But then again, I don't think there was enough for the judge to just simply say, all right, well, you changed my mind. Now I'll render the verdict in your direction this time. Let's go eat lunch.
What? We've established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut. Through the reed screen walls.
We've speculated that that's something that could have happened.
No one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the Englishwoman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference if you think about it. After all, the trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What to explain? Talking about the poison, of course.
Yeah, for a dude that's like, speak plainly. He's always like going about things in a roundabout fashion. But my freedom's God. If one more fucking idiot complains about free speech without knowing what the fuck it even means, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. No Facebook or Twitter deleting your post is not a violation of your First Amendment rights. You fucking idiots. God, that's been driving me fucking crazy lately. Foolish fools indeed. Elbow level rights for real. Silence you literally as you mean in like they try to kill you? Because simply deleting your account is also not a violation of your free speech. But yes, if they try to murder you, then yeah, that would be that's still not a violation of your free speech. That's just your right to live and not be killed.
The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on the situation, shall we?
They try to DL6 you. Yeah, that would be a little different. Talking about the government there. I mean, it's still murder, but government employee. Then is it the government itself? It doesn't actually matter, but DL6 is fucking crazy. Even that wouldn't be a violation of your free speech. They put a mute button on you. Well, Maxim, if it makes you feel any better, most Americans don't know what they mean by free speech. They say free speech and they just make up their own definition in their head as to what it means.
I understand that a deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim as bread, is that right?
That is correct.
The usual constriction of the victim's pupils are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed?
Yeah, but if you stabbed her and she died from the hemorrhaging before the poison, isn't the stab wound still technically the lethal blow?
Ah! Given that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, the poison could not have circulated in her blood. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely, it matters not a jot who stabbed whom in whose back and with whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I said already.
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim had no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, Turns out to be a headline making red herring. Is that about right?
Well, come on, Susanoo, you're smarter than this. Pick yourself up, look in the goddamn pen.
Order, but where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it.
You mean she drank it?
Have another look at the photograph here. As you can see, a bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. Poison could have been slipped into either.
So someone made Miss Brett drink it.
Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make for a great front page shot. Hey, what a bewitching stare. After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It'd make no sense at all that I'd poison the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you forgot. A little hard to believe given the person who established it was you.
Me? What on earth does he mean?
Oh, let me capture those wide eyes. This is prime press fodder, this is. It would seem that this trial is not destined to end yet after all. I hereby call upon the witness to give further testimony. It's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. You claim it to be impossible that you were the one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You will explain to the court in your testimony the basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journal and I'm a man. So yeah, and I'm not about to start now because of something I said just before. Because that's many memoism.
For a brief moment, I thought I'd illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this trial going to take us?
I would agree.
Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. And it's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Because why would I have bothered to stab the woman if I'd already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it got my goat. If the courts were going to punish Brett for what she did, someone else would have to see justice done.
This is not as strong as he thinks it is.
Why would I stab her?
Oh, you mean because you didn't poison her with an undetectable poison? So that stabbing her could have made it look like someone else did it? Oh yeah, that's not possible at all. It is, that is a bit bad. Oop. The Midwesterners go to apology. Oop. Oop.
So you admit it then? That everything happened as I described? That you are the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the screen? The read screen?
You can blame this miserable country on you can blame this miserable country of ours. Country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back. I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. It slid in so softly, like with no resistance at all.
What the fuck did Ace say about stabbing Clover? It's like, oh god, that's terrible.
As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information in my testimony before. But as it turns out, there was someone else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me.
You know, that doesn't... Even if what he's saying is correct, that's still attempted murder. He still tried to kill her. It just so happened that he wasn't the one that actually landed the fatal blow.
My knife went in so easily. Her flesh was soft.
God, Ace. What a fucking sociopath.
There's someone... Yeah.
Oh yeah, he'd still go to jail for a very long time.
That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart.
You're implicating Ray again.
She's the one who gave the poison to the English woman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap, this journal here is off the hook.
No, that's not how that works. The argument is... No, the argument is not sound, certainly. Not.
If the witness had administered the poison himself, he need only have waited for it to take effect. Subsequently, stabbing the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical.
Well, sure, if you don't use your brain.
Therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. I mean, we're still going to charge him with attempted murder, of course, if we had any sense at all, but that's right, it is logical and true. I'm glad you've all seen the light. I'm only an attempted murderer, not a murderer. Justice at last.
This is unbelievable. After I've made so much project in proving his guilt, he's going to get away with that.
No! Why are we just all assuming he's gonna walk out of here a free man? He's still trying to kill somebody! Hey Keith, thank you for the $5. No, lawyers don't speak for witnesses. But I mean, in terms of like... refusing to incriminate themselves. Any advice on that? But again, they don't have lawyers speaking for them. I'm like, oh, I'm out of Coke. I had like half an ounce left. I don't think that's gonna be enough to get rid of that taste. I'm sure it was. In Wisconsin, it's not better than murder. In Wisconsin, you're still gonna get charged with murder. But I mean, it's probably different here.
They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel.
Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial.
Because I suspect you're gonna fail.
Think of Kazuma-sama Naruhodo-san. Yes, Your Excellency.
Yeah, it's not like people would be like, "Oh, you tried to kill him, but you couldn't quite get the deed done, you rascal. Get out of here. Go back home."
Hold it!
So you do admit that you attempted murder?
Ah, the woman's very existence offended my sense of justice.
Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation?
It's sad when you work hard for a kill, but in the end, you only get the assist. Oh man, I always love getting that plus 80 assists when I attempt to murder somebody. Oh my god. That's funny. He stabbed her. But he didn't get kill confirmed. It just went assist plus 80. Like, are you fucking kidding me? This always happens. She stole the play of the game. He's so mad.
She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty. That's what drove me to do it. To attempt the murder.
So in summary, murderous intentions then?
Whatever you want to call it, the point is this. The Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock, a crime for which she must pay.
I mean, like, Ouchie still... if Ouchie's good, he wants to put both of them away. So, he's not wrong to still be focusing on Ray. It's just that then he's gonna be like, once Manny Memo's done with his testimony, he's like, okay, now, if you guys could take Manny Memo to jail so he could be indicted for attempted murder, that would be great. But he's like the only one where it's like, yeah, that sucks, but, and I'm still gonna punish you, but I need to focus on this right now.
Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all.
Hold it!
So you still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim?
Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you already are wearing braces like these.
Call them suspenders, don't call them braces.
The accused administered the poison, following which the witness stabbed the victim.
I don't think he's implying anything. He's explicitly stating
An unforgivable act, certainly, but not one of murder, just one of attempted murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. That is how the law works, you see, yokel. Well, our law, at least. It's jurisdictionally based, but I guess there's no need for me to say that personally, but I'm talking about our law. I might have, no, you know what? Yeah, who knows? You may even learn something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of minutes? Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you got it coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning.
That's not the kind of law this court upholds.
You will reiterate why you were compelled to stab the victim then, witness.
How many pencils has he broken?
Hold it!
Got my goat!
What exactly were they arguing about?
But what happened at that restaurant 9 months ago, that's what. Student girl was laying into the Englishwoman for killing your beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson, professor of medicine, invited here from England by Professor Mikotoba, no less.
Thank you for that contribution, CJ.
Right, but the Englishwoman just jeered. Their case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there is little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. It was eating that student girl up inside. You could see it. I really felt for her.
I can't! I can't stand here and listen to this tripe!
Ray! Young girl, you stand accused here. You can't just blurt out whatever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen.
But this awful man is making all this up! Susato, please, you have to make them listen!
Return to the dock at once, Membami-san. We're in the middle of a cross-examination.
Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly! He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, grape-peeping Tom!
Whoa, take it easy there.
Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say.
Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency! This is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings, so at this point, I don't even fucking care. I just want to go home. Just do whatever you want. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak.
So this would never be an issue in a real court of law because your defendant would be sitting right next to you and they could tell you in your ear, like, this is bullshit. And then you can follow up on your cross-examination by pressing based on what your client is telling you. The client wouldn't have to blurt it out. But because this system is incredibly stupid and won't let you sit next to your goddamn client, that makes it a little more difficult to communicate without blurting out.
Oh! Thank you so much, Your Excellency! I'll do it. It was nothing to do with Dr. Wilson. We were discussing the stolen poison.
Hold it!
The stolen poison that killed the victim, you mean? I suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson.
That's true. Additionally, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy task to steal a highly secret toxin being developed in the government.
Well, fucking reporter did it.
Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would have been very difficult.
That's true. I pestered Professor Mikotoba until he agreed to show me the poison when I visited his laboratory. That's because we were representing ourselves, technically. So we were where we were supposed to be, at the defendant's table, as opposed to the dock. But as I left, I was searched from top to tail.
This threat rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we'd been developing, you see. And since Soseki-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse.
Right, but it's not like you'd go to the dock and then say, I'm representing myself, and then go over to the table. You'd probably just go over to the table right away. And the judge would say, what's going on? You say, I'm representing myself. Just say, okay. Because we established that before we went into the courtroom, right? Because that was kind of a plot point that he couldn't. It would be bad for him to represent us.
Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance.
I'm very ashamed of myself. It's just that I've had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look at my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that? Right, but that's what I mean. So, like, he should, like, if you are acquainted with the court system, then you probably would have known what was happening there. Now, Naruhodo wasn't, obviously. But he just went where he was told. And then when he said yes, it's like, oh, you're representing yourself. He still wouldn't go to the dock first. Especially if that's what he was told to do. Then that's Kazuma's problem. Because it's very clear that in the system, the defendant sits somewhere else if they're not representing themselves. Like, it's not just something that where people pick and choose when that happens. So I don't think that really shows anything other than Kazuma didn't notice, which doesn't make sense, considering he's supposed to be a prodigy or whatever. Didn't notice that that was a weird setup. Otherwise, Ray should be at our table with us. You can put 2 people on the witness stand, you can put 3 people on the defendant's table.
To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. I told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster.
Yeah, I'm sure she gave a shit about that. And how did Miss Brett respond to your concerns?
She just curled those beautiful lips of hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually.
Ah, yes. Many Memo-san, one small question if you mind. I do, bud. Can't you see I'm busy? Yeah, with your testimony, stupid motherfucker. Clearly you were outside the beach. The beach hut listening in whilst the defendant, Miss Brett, were conversing. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you'd heard? Exclusive deadly poison stolen from UMA Medical Research Laboratory. The story was published in this morning's edition of Show You News. The details are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, look at this! The entire article! It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word! Well, many memo-san.
As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's a founding principle of many memoism.
Father's clearly right about this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with that stinking story about me arguing with her.
Shut up! My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Witness everything you're saying is going on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Ha! 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 The point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason that they go and stab the person as well.
Wait, what do you... This isn't amending it. That's exactly what you already said.
Hold it!
Yeah, you can't arrest me. What I did is legal. That's a founding principle of many memoism.
Don't worry about it, Scarlett. It's not worth your brain power at this point.
Perhaps you doubted the efficacy of the poison and sought to make sure your victim would die.
That is not the first argument I would come up with.
That's horse dung.
What?
That'd be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tasted it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an impetuous pepper pourer as it happens.
If the victims had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. That's been a good reason for that.
If it was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly he must have done it prior to re-entering the hut.
Yes, that's undeniable.
But between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation.
Sorry? What change?
The reporter overheard the conversation between Ray and the Englishman.
Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Mary Memo-san first found out the exact nature of the poison that he'd used.
Yes, I expected it to last longer. My mom had surgery today. Nothing life-threatening or anything like that. I guess I thought she'd be in there longer.
the victim had unwittingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable.
There's no question that this man was responsible for Miss Brett's murder.
If we could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her, even about after the poisoning, I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we should be looking for.
Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean more information.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason.
What?
But before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something to the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut?
Of course he did. There could be no question of that. After all, when we were all in the laboratory together, all we were told is that it was a terrible toxin.
There's one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Membami-san's verbal attack against the victim began as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel?
Manny Memo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it.
Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbibed the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, it must have been administered to her before Membami-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put.
When I walked into the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Manny Memo-san overheard some worrying information.
Worrying information? What worrying information?
the information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, that the poison was being developed in strict secrecy and that it couldn't be readily obtained.
Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could come from is my lab.
And furthermore, anyone afflicted with the poison would exhibit telltale signs and death. The extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would be clear that the victim's life had been ended by use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people.
Ah! Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. That would be stupid. Membami-san being no exception.
Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered this unique poison to the victim was a layperson unaware of its telltale properties.
Ugh.
In other words, someone like you writes in many memo.
Yeah!
I actually think this was... It was both clever of the game and also shows just how stupid Many Memo is. You're gonna use a poison that you don't know shit about other than that it's a terrible toxin? Like, that was asinine. And then he finds out in the middle of the conversation, oh shit, they're gonna know exactly what this was. Well, better stab her then.
It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day, and it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that it was a terrible mistake, because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learnt of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Attention!
But what good could that possibly do?
Isn't it obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Prep before the poison could take effect.
Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that hadn't he?
Exactly. Because without any revealing signs of the new secret poison's use, no one would ever have suspected.
This is extraordinary.
Yes, the effects of the poison meant it would be too easily identified, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife into the middle of the victim's back.
Order! The argument presented is sound, but the court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? Well, there are a number of... yes, I counter completely, because I counter.
Reminds me of that Edgeworth. What does he say? I object, because I find that statement objectionable.
The prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope.
God damn! Somebody chose violence! Indeed, verily I say, ergo.
Lost hope?
Still have to approve how he even administered, like, got out of the lab with the poison and then administered it.
Ah, you pathetic, useless, fallen samurai! Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? My burgeoning growth. I don't need a counter-argument!
What? What are you talking about?
It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say? Gave it to the victim, you say? Stabbed her, you say? Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it all sound so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts and logic. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all there, in many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the Show You News is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. How's that then? Blow the story wide open? See, I, writing many memo, a mere reporter from the Show You News, couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. I!
There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. And if that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day is the true culprit here.
What's your point, you annoyingly handsome country bumpkin?
Annoyingly handsome?
God, I wish I could be mad at you, but you're just so goddamn handsome!
My point is this. There is one way that you, Manny Memo-san, could have stolen the poison that day.
I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. But the court must be shown as evidence. What proof do you have that this witness stole the poison on the day in question?
The poison itself?
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen.
The fountain pen? How could that possibly be relevant?
These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters.
All this black magic! Oh, man.
I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now.
Well, I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush. I swear by a weasel hair calligraphy brush and nothing else. These newfangled pens are merely a fad.
Wow, you must be incredibly inefficient when you're writing a brief. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Suck up a soup... Wait, a soupchin? How do you pronounce that weird C? Suck up a soupchin of sumptuous ink. Sumptuous ink. And one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. Oh, it's S? Soupson. Suck up a soupson of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye.
That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later.
What does all this talking of sucking up ink have? Ah!
And just as it's possible to suck up ink into the reservoir, it's also possible to eject it through the nib again, of course.
My word! Can this really be?
Well, Manny Memo-san? When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day,
You used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir. Yeah!
Objection!
Garçon. More absurdity. That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No, I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted.
Will they just do a visual scan? Or an ocular pat down? As it is sometimes referred to? All they do is look at, they look at you and go, yep, you're good.
Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by many Memo-san. So the critical question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison You dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
Oh yeah, it's definitely novel.
I'm just thinking of other ways they could conceal it under their personage. And they wouldn't have checked ever because they'd be like, oh, we don't want to offend them. So we won't look in your inside coat pocket. It sounds like there would actually have been a few ways to get the poison out. Yeah, if I put a vial of that poison in my butt cheeks, I'm pretty sure they're not gonna find it.
There could have been any number of alternative explanations. For example, the witness could have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see for yourself if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What newspaper reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after the poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied into the victim's glass.
Huh. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense?
So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. Ah! You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation, nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a little trick like that? Think again.
That is assault, yes.
Looks as though it's going to take one final decisive blow to push this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. It rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed steal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist. Many Memo-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation at this stage, I assure you.
Assault doesn't actually require the people to be struck, though. So, no, that's not true. It couldn't be battery if it never struck anybody. But that's still definitely assault, regardless of if he hit somebody or not.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that's the main difference between assault and battery. Assault, no content, actually has to be made for assault to happen. Battery requires contact.
Thank you, Keith, for the $5 and another orange candy. Many memo, more like many orange candy.
Oism.
Ow!
My jaw clicked. How hard it was. All that awesome Cinnabon flavor I was carrying from this morning is gone. Yeah, so without going into the exact statute, at least in Wisconsin, basically assault only requires a threat, an impending threat. There doesn't actually have to be a striking or anything like that. That's why sexual assault can happen without ever touching somebody, for example. Whereas again, battery actually requires harm to have been physical harm to have been inflicted.
Very well then. I call upon the defense to present the aforementioned evidence.
This is it then. This will be the final piece of in the puzzle. The defense can prove by means of this item that it was the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison.
Take that!
Counsel, what is that bottle?
Damn, you ain't gotta just tell him. You ain't gotta slam your fist down.
This bottle contains the unique chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question.
Ah! Yes, that poison is an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method.
Or from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of the poison.
A reagent? What?
One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Memi Metal-san, is all it would take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt.
No, you can't. I won't.
Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, the defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once.
Yeah! This isn't my fault! The Empire blows! Trying to hold its head high as a civilized nation, it took him arms with the mighty pen to the battlefield! Justice, righteousness, many more!
Susato, with me! I'm there! Did I do it right? That was a Susato takedown, wasn't it? Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown.
That was fun.
The instant the first drop of the reagent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present.
When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got hold of me and I decided to do it on the victim.
Oh, do it on a whim.
I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing the reservoir out carefully.
And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen.
Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Many Memo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious to find out what it was made of and expose it in an article? I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. Then why did the English woman end up dead? I went into that hood intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country, told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face!
Oh, what's this? The Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism? Really, you must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian!
I'll try to do Maxim's voice.
We have fun around here.
I mean, it's not battery if it was in self-defense. You can argue that from, definitely from, the fuck? Ray's perspective, that him swinging the fucking camera wildly was a danger to her, so she took hold of him, and then Susato, as a friend, tried to help quell that danger by taking him down. That's my imitation of your voice of her, yeah.
What did you call me?
This country with its...
Sometimes it's the evil squirrels.
This country with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. Get out of here, you oaf! Get out and crawl back into the cave you came from!
I showed her. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of there as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done when she clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it is my journo spirit getting all fired up.
I'd like to ask you something.
Yes?
You often talk about justice. But surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought.
There's no justice in the press.
Sorry?
After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in that courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was.
Cover up? What do you mean?
I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful with what you say. Oh, come on. Does it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national? Consular jurisdiction should never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up Englishwoman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan.
What sort of deal?
I'd done my research, dug up all the dirt, it was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just toned the article up. The editor just tore the article up. It came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have but to see that justice is done myself?
Let's not forget, Mini-Memo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Giselle Brett.
What?
The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all.
I suppose.
I mean, that's the problem. Like, you kind of feel for him, because you're like, hey, I might have killed that bitch too. But, like, that's not how the law works. You can't just take it into your own hands. That's the bottom line. That, and he kind of loses credibility when he then blames it on somebody else and tries to get away with it. I mean, he is right about that. But then he shouldn't be working for him. Like, get your word out other ways. That's not literally the only way that anybody gets news. Yeah, you try to frame Ray and all your credibility goes out the window.
It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for the defense, Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Oh, yes. Sorry, Your Excellency. Just musing in a manly way here. Very manly.
It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience in the Supreme Court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, it very much reminded me of your cousin's exploits.
Oh, Ryunosuke, you mean?
The way you handled the trial 9 months ago, and the way you handled this one, it gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land.
That's very flattering, Your Excellency.
Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries.
Thank you.
So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? What the fuck is that?
Oh Lord, no! No! Why did we go from a 2 to a 10? He just had it there?
Prosecutor Ouchie! I, Taketsushi of the Ouchie clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once now, but twice. If there is any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today.
Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it?
Silence! Rather than living on in shame, I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the true path to Ouchieism.
Ouchie-ism?
One hopes that's the only way in which he'll be modeling himself after the witness. Sprig of my top knot, the time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever.
Nobody's interrupting him. Everybody's just like, oh, well, sucks to suck.
Taketsuchi. Yeah, you should kill yourself for quoting yourself like that. Oh. Ah! Snip. Wow, that was clean.
What is it like the strands of hair have tears falling from them? The respect given. The solemn respect given to the fallen strands of hair.
Yeah, she needs to relax.
I don't even know what she was barking at there. She went like to the back. There's nothing back there.
Now, in regard to the defendant, Raymond Bami-san,
Yes, Your Excellency?
I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. 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 Court is adjourned.
It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. It's all I can do, just to stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility, such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Thank you so much. You are so dashing in there. Ray and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you... Oh no, I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The only reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. It took courage to tell the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Ray. So I would have to say that the congratulations belong to you. Susato, don't be so standoffish! Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this formal superhumanly nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. Swagger! To throw caution to the wind! Caution to the what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryutaro Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Ray. At any rate, you really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? Isn't there anybody else we could throw together?
I hope you're not looking at me, Ray.
Oh my goodness! Oh, of course not, of course not! Ah, there it is at last, Ray's lovely smile.
You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo.
Thank you, but I couldn't have done it without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way, but it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So I'll never see him again then? What a terrible shame!
What? What is happening?
Wow, I probably should have seen this coming. Ah, Suseki-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well? Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope. But it's me, Susato Mikotoba.
Don't! So dashing, so divine! No! Doubly dashing, yes, and devilishly divine, just look at you! I had no idea, Miss Susato-san, Esquiress, that you were locum student Naruhodo-san's Esquire's cousin. Astoundingly ace attorney!
Poor Suseki-san, so confused. So remember the first time I ever met him. He was in a prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. And after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense at the Old Bailey, Suseki-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's a truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea, and I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau. Who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less?
I'm not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector.
Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. And this was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes, I really do. Well, with him coughing up blood all the time. 9 months ago, when he appeared at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, as I understand it.
Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally.
The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, we'll probably never know the answer. Probably we're never gonna know the answer anyways. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. With Mr. Sherlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Now, according to the stories published about him in the adventures of Sherlock Sholmes, the detective once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. And if that's really true, then the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again.
As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born.
Yes, grandmother told me about it.
I returned to Japan, I took up my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role. As an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes.
Yes, I was aware of that as well.
In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters I cannot divulge to you.
Can you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever, and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you in fine health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way or harm me? That's really the only explanation I can think of.
Dear me, you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't. Ah! Let me go!
Many Memo-san? So, one throw wasn't enough for you!
I've got one last thing to say before you take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate.
Visiting student? Giselle Brett, you mean?
No, not her. The student of law left for Great Britain 8 months ago.
What? Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama?
Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship, and that he'll never... Ah! Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? I'm terribly sorry, Your Excellency. I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene. And it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with them, and I'll be there shortly.
Oh, Your Excellency?
Ha 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 ha! The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku.
Seishiro Jigoku.
And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance, Susato.
Did you know all along from the start of the trial? Well, if he's your father's friend, of fucking course he knew.
Ha 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 ha! Oh, hiccups. The judge sees everything, Susato. I couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known, and then he'd recognized you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes, having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to address.
Before you go, Father.
Sorry, my dear, we shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done again, both of you. You did admirably.
Oh, thank you very much.
What'd you think of my sexual sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha.
Dude didn't even wait for my response, he just left. I will also say that it's very weird for a judge to be involved in diplomatic affairs. Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Giselle Brett, about Dr. Wilson, and now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. Going to have to bring this up with Father sometime, and nobody else is around. Why are you still here?
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires. Could I have a word?
Oh yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it?
I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you.
Oh?
I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back to England. From England.
This I have to hear.
Please, Soseki-san.
Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once.
I will! As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in. Thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on a ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was your father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my report.
My father?
He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to you asking you to return to Japan. How would he know that?
What was it then? The particular part my father was interested in?
I don't really know exactly.
But do you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in?
But do you remember those two cases I was caught up in?
Of course, I could never forget.
Your father seemed to concern himself mainly with the second case.
The second one? You mean the one Mr. Sholmes forbade any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member of the public is aware of is the first.
Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all of these curious, unanswered questions. That horrific, heinous case, the case of the haunted lodgings.
That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? Thought that whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told.
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Oh yeah, it's snowing here right now. Everyone got excited. I'm like, I'm telling you guys, this is fall summer. Or fall spring, I should say. Actually, it's... No, we already had fall spring. I forget what the second one's called. This is basically third winter. But you look better while you're doing it. Second cousin of third winter. Just fuck you. Oh, there's a diagram that we use. I don't know if I have it on me though. It's like, you are here. I think I posted it in Discord, but... Ah. Here it is. This one's for Ohio, but we do the same thing. We have similar weather, although theirs is a little better than ours. So we're not actually at full spring. We've gotten past winter, full spring, second winter. We're just getting out of spring of deception and entering third winter. And then we enter the pollinating. Which, to be quite honest, don't be surprised to see some streams canceled because my allergies fucking wreck me. Well, yeah, the other meme is that there are only 2 seasons in Wisconsin, winter and construction. Exactly. So let me explain why that's a spoiler. And please, remember, don't tell mods whether or not something's a spoiler. If you're a viewer, you're not a mod, let's just put it this way. The mods are right, you are wrong. Because I've given them their instructions. and they follow my instructions, which, as far as I'm concerned, the ultimate authority in these streams. If I think they're doing something going over the edge, then I will say something. So let's go over this real quick, because I saw what was deleted. And this is the problem with something like this. I heard that this case, and I know that you know what you're saying, Phantom. This is just more of a refresher for everyone. I heard this case was might have been cut from the first game for time. Okay, so that tells me that what is most it's foreshadowing to me what's going to be a part of this story. And there's only two, to me then, based on that information, there's only two possibilities, as opposed to many more possibilities. Either it's a complete filler case that has nothing to do with anything that was going on, and that's why it was cut, or it's extremely integral to the overall story. And it's going to be pretty easy to figure out immediately which one it is. Those are not details that should be shared before somebody plays something. Because then I already know and am going to figure out pretty early which direction it's going to go into. As opposed to me having no idea that this had anything to do with being a part of the first game. And so I have no expectation. I might not even be looking for that. It could completely change an experience. Oh, that's interesting, Maxim. Oh, no, that's not good at all. No, it's fine, Trep. I don't have any issues with the job the mods are doing. You guys can only react so quickly. It's not like you're a bot that it's automated in what it removes. Class rep is available, and we have not been online for offline time. Like, I don't mean to be an arrogant, conceited prick here, but I will be able to glean hints from what 99% of you say. That has anything to do with something that I haven't. That's just the truth. That happened in Danganronpa a lot. People thought they were being slick, and I could see through every fucking one of their, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is happening. Like, again, I don't want to come off as an arrogant, conceited prick that's like, I know everything, because I don't. But I'm going to be better than average in being able to decipher what somebody says and, like, look into it, and that's what my mind will do. And adding more delays obviously got its own problem.
It was a ghastly tale of a winter's night. One of an invisible killer and a crime perpetrated on the pavement along Briar Road. As the victim lay at death's door, the mystery of just who had stabbed the young lady from behind had been resolved. But no sooner had my friend saved that Eastern Exchange student from his harrowing plight, then in the dim, flickering shadows of gaslight did a second bizarre crime rend the stillness of that very night. I dare say most can still recall the sensational headlines of the day. Haunted apartment of death. the condemned criminal's curse, the dread demon of coal gas. Yet, though the great detective had at once discerned the truth upon his arrival at the scene, it only proved to be the overture that announced the rising of the curtain on a most tragic play.
My name is Rinosuke Naruhodo. I'm a fledgling lawyer just starting out on my journey. Oh, what's Maxim done now? Well, that's part of the purpose, right? Because, like, the whole thing is that Iris is writing these stories from, like, her father's point of view. So, like, the way it's reflected in the story isn't going to be entirely how it actually played out, right? Especially in terms of appearances. Oh, time him out. Thanks for the $7, CJ. Okay, first case. Being Susato was really, really, really fun. Having you defend her friend added some emotional weight to it, even though you didn't really even know her friend. It was kind of lame. Let me finish my thought before commenting. Initially, I found it very lame that it was related back to Giselle Brett, because I did not care for Giselle Brett's character in the first place. So having her be an integral part of the story again was like, I don't fucking care. But I do understand that it's likely tied to a larger story. So it's probably had to be done. Instead of, like, just giving us a new villain entirely. And we had a new villain, but, like, the reporter was okay. It's just, his actions were so stupid. So, just like, you're using a poison that you don't even know how it works, and then you overhear them and you're like, fuck! They're gonna know! Gotta stab her now! Just incredibly sloppy. So, and because of how sloppy the crime was, I don't think it needed to take as long as it did. I think it should have been wrapped up a lot faster in terms of getting from one point to the next. There were several times where I think all of us are sitting there like, all right, well, we know what to go on next. And Susato's like, and you're like, no, Susato, relax. It's fine. It's fine. We just go on to the next thing. So I feel like it was kind of padded. But still, overall, it was still a solid case. Being Susato makes it made it a really fun case, even with the padding and stuff. It is better than case 1 of last game. Yes, I agree with that. Mostly because the killer this time was somebody where it's like, yeah, fuck that bitch. I might have killed her too. Because, like, Susato's awesome, but she was also kind of, like, having Kazuma in the first case was probably the best part of the first case of the first game. Like, he was awesome. But, like, Giselle Brett's character is just, I don't care. I just don't care. And so that really just, the whole scene was very mundane.
Oh. Oh. I'm so sorry, CJ. I see why you gave the $7. That is the member count, not a dollar count. Though I can start a new counter. I can start a new, dollar counter. We can keep both. What were we... Was it Zero Escape that it was on? Hold on. Yeah, it's gonna look weird. Hold on. I can just move this over. I want it to be a reference. That's not what I meant to do. All right, and the number is... Where's... All right, let's try this again. So, 12, 17, 22, 27 today. And to answer your question, CJ, the reason is that I'm doing the same thing, but for membership numbers. So if we got 7 more members, then the same thing would happen as if I received $50. So it was not misleading at all. There's just, for the membership thing, there's nothing you could do. That's why there's no dollar there compared to dollars here. Okay. Let us continue. Then I would have to drink 2 glasses. If they happen simultaneously, probably, yeah. I would say so. Six months ago, I arrived as a visiting student of law, having made the long voyage across the sea from the Empire of Japan to here, London, England. And on the way, in quite extraordinary circumstances, I made the acquaintance of a world-famous detective. Currently, I reside in the attic of the detective's own lodgings, from where I run my legal consultancy of sorts. I've successfully defended a number of clients in Britain's highest court, the Old Bailey. Since a particularly grueling and unforgettable legal battle 4 months ago now, I haven't returned to the courtroom. In truth, I lost my right to return. That epic trial was just one small part of an epic tale which was now about to awaken from slumber, thanks to a letter that arrived this morning from my homeland. Wait, he lost his right to practice? Oh, I guess we'll figure out what... I don't remember that being a thing. I guess maybe because of the government secrets thing. Revoked.
What a delicious smell waiting up the stairs. Or wafting up the stairs. Must be nearly time for breakfast. I'd better go down to Mr. Sholmes' suite. Which would also explain why suddenly he's running a legal consultancy of sorts, as opposed to a law office. And say good morning to the great detective and his flatmate. Probably not another hour, but probably longer than a half hour. Somewhere between a half hour and 45 minutes. Remember, I owed you guys this extra time from last week.
Ah, Runo! Good! I was just about to call up to you. The bacon's ready.
Good morning, Iris. It smells delicious as usual. Before we eat... Oh, not another word, Mr. Naruhodo. This could be just the abstruse thing for my pre-breakfast stagnation repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Wait, repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Did I feel like I didn't say the right word. Repelling mental stimulation, my dear fellow. Morning to you too, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, I see. So that's it. That's personal space invasive. The truth is as clear to me as day. My faculties of observation have revealed it again. What are you talking about? You, Mr. Naruhodo, you have, this very morning, met with a surprise. Well, is that not the case? Really, my dear fellow, it barely warrants explanation. Firstly, your hair is particularly unkempt, somewhat reminiscent of a bird's nest. Secondly, you have neglected to fasten the third button of your jacket. Clearly, when considered together, these two facts point to you having been flustered this morning. Can I talk now? But of course. Though I don't look for admiration, you understand. My hair always looks like this. It's been this way since I first met you. Oh, it has? And the button was ripped off last night, if you remember, by you.
Really pulled your button off?
Ah, yes, I recall the incident now. It was after supper, was it not? As the evening advanced, I picked up my violin and began to play wailing notes of a haunting tune. But then, to my utter dismay, the third string snapped. Why did it have to happen? Why? Little wonder there, then, that in my vexation, I grabbed the first button I saw and ripped it from its proper place. Okay. Well, I'd like it back now, please. It's troubling that I can't fasten my jacket. And it's troubling me that you expect me to know where it is. What a dick! Oh. Somewhere thereabouts on the floor, one presumes. Helpful. What matters at the present time, my dear fellow, is simply whether or not my deduction was unerring.
But Hurley, Runo said it when he came in, didn't he? I had a surprise this morning.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. Well, that really is a surprise. Yes, this man is the pride of the British Empire, the famous consulting detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. There can't be a single person in the world who doesn't know his name.
Alrighty then, enough of this silly conversation. Come and eat this bacon before it gets cold. And I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
Actually, I guess she would probably say herbal, right?
I have a new herbal tea for you to try too. My latest special blend.
And here we have Iris Wilson, Mr. Sholmes' lodger and companion. truly exceptional young girl, is the author of a highly successful serialization here in London. It's international. Yes, The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, as published in Rance magazine. So, Mr. Naruhodo, won't you put us out of our misery? What surprised you this fine morning? Ah, well, I received a letter from Japan.
Oh, from Susie, you mean? Was it really?
That's right, and she had some rather startling news, in fact. Ah, intriguing indeed. You must tell us about it over breakfast.
Oh, yes, what fun!
Can we eat? Where's my damn letter? This is the letter that arrived from Japan this morning, by International Post. Oh, no. I thought you were going to say by local post.
Oh, how lovely! Look at Susie's beautiful writing. I wish I could read it.
And how is your judicial assistant faring? May I ask? She's very well, thank you. In fact, according to what she's written, she actually appeared as a lawyer at the Japanese Supreme Court and won a case.
Oh, really? Oh, isn't she wonderful?
A cut above your good self, my dear fellow. I've won cases too, you know. Apparently, Mr. Natsume appeared in the trial as a witness. Natsume. No, I don't recall that name. Of course you do. We helped the man twice. You know, in those 2 cases that took place on Briar Road 6 months ago? Ah! The mustache twitchy man with the somewhat feline eyes and the mustache.
Didn't have 2 mustaches, Hurley.
Yes, who could forget those 2 cases? They were very deep. They made a very deep impression on me. Although I must confess, the details are a little hazy now. A very deep impression they made on you, clearly. So, what was this startling news penned by Miss Susato? Remember the case of the haunted lodgings, Mr. Sholmes? Ah, yes. It's very interesting, you know. I don't feel entirely uncertain that a case of that nature did not occur. He's totally forgotten then. Anyway, in her letter, Miss Susato asked that we read over her case notes again and investigate further. Though it took place half a year ago, for what purpose? Because of something that Mr. Natsume said to her, apparently. He suggested that the real reason why she was called back to Japan so suddenly might have something to do with that case of the haunted lodgings. Oh? On Mr. Natsume's return to Japan, Miss Susato's father questioned him about the case, she says. And something Mr. Natsume said appeared to trouble Professor Mikotoba, prompting him to send that telegram.
Oh, that case! Yes! It was very strange, wasn't it?
Yes. Hey, remote engineer. No problem. Hello to you as well. Enjoy.
And I had compiled the whole story into a nice, neat manuscript ready for publication, too. But then Hurley here was all funny about it, remember? He was very mean. That story must not be published, you said, very mysteriously as well.
Really? I said that? Are you sure? Do you perhaps know something about it as well, Mr. Sholmes? About why Miss Susato was suddenly told 4 months ago that she had to return to Japan?
It's been 4 months now since we waved Susie off at Dover. It was such a shock, wasn't it? The way she just suddenly announced that she had to go back to Japan?
Indeed it was, due to a telegram she received from her homeland, I believe. That's right, telling her to return urgently. Yes, because her father had passed away. No, it just said he was suffering from a high fever, the cause of which was unknown. He's not dead. But according to this letter, that news about her father's fever was just a ruse.
A ruse? So Susie's daddy lied to her so that she'd make the voyage back home? Why would he do that?
I have to admit, I have absolutely no idea. But she believes it's almost certainly related to the case of the haunted lodgings. summoning her back to Japan so suddenly like that. I wonder what Miss Susato's father is hiding. Really, do you know what it's all about? Well, who can say? What? But you said... Please, I have engagements, my dear fellow. My calendar is quite surprisingly full today. And a stringent analysis of the matter would be excessive, I feel, even if I were quite at leisure. So, man the fort in my absence, won't you, Iris? I will, Hurley, don't worry. See you later. Forma. Hurley has 8 eyes. And Naruhodo has 16 brains, none of which he uses. He scuttled off rather quickly there after he just amazingly got dressed. With a blink of an eye. I think perhaps Professor Mikotoba isn't the only person hiding something here. Soseki-san was involved in 2 cases, but only one of them was forbidden from being published. By, of all people, Mr. Sholmes. Aha! I found them at last! Iris, are they? Notes about the case? That's right. Susie and I compiled them together. The case of the haunted lodgings. Do you want to read them, Runo? Absolutely. Thank you, Iris. Bless you. I have no idea what secrets could still be hiding in the shadows of this case, but perhaps if I read over the notes again, something might come to light. That's the spirit! And so Iris and I decided to read over the case notes again together. Everything from what happened to our investigation and that fierce battle in court that followed. Reliving every detail. I just need to find a clue, and I have all the time in the world, because of course, I'm no longer allowed to practice law in the courts of Great Britain. It was 6 months ago, a mysterious incident that unfolded on the wintry streets of London. Was it windy streets of London? Windy. A young woman was found lying on the snowy pavement of Briar Road with a knife in her back. Fortunately, her life was spared, but she was unconscious for several days following the incident. The fog was thick and nobody saw her attacker, but by a cruel twist of fate, a visiting Japanese student was walking behind her at the time and was duly arrested. That man was Soseki-san. And the man who effected his arrest was Mr. Sholmes. Believing in our compatriot's innocence, Susato-san and I decided to represent Soseki-san in court, and after a grueling trial of many twists and turns, we finally managed to prove his innocence. Was the man's reaction after the trial, but his jubilation was short-lived. We received a telegram from Mr. Sholmes the following morning. The victim of the Briar Road stabbing has regained consciousness. Hurry to parts at once. So Susato-san and I summoned a hansom and headed immediately to the hospital. There you are at last! Good morning, Mr. Sholmes. I think not. Oh! You're late! What on earth took you so long? Your telegram only arrived at 5 o'clock, Mr. Sholmes, and it's And it's a 20-minute ride to the hospital. That's right. It's 5:30 now. I think we made very good time. Time is utterly irrelevant. The fact is, I've been waiting for what has felt like an eternity. In point of fact, I myself was woken at 4 this morning by a telegram boy. The feeling was somewhat unjust that I alone had been roused at such an hour. I sent one to you. Well, thanks for that, asshole. Hey, Tom. Just going a little extra today since we ended early last Monday. Anyway, you're here now, so the victim is over there. She's only just regained consciousness. You should introduce yourselves, and I shall observe from here. That's the lady who was found on the snow-covered pavement with a knife in her back. Her name is, yes, here we are, Miss Green. The fuck is this? This rounded wooden figure isn't the most charming, is it? I don't think that's a decoration, Mr. Naruhodo. It's an artist's mannequin, I believe, used when practicing sketching the human form in different poses. Really? It's not exactly what you call a typical figure for that purpose, though, is it? Getting closer than in the United States. No, I suppose not. I confess I've never seen one quite as full-figured before. Well, if you want to draw a full-figured person, it's the right tool for the job. Speaking of full-figured individuals, good morning. How are you? Oh, Lord. Hello, I'm, Rinosuke Naruhodo from the Empire of Japan. I have no idea. Oh, Mikan's voice? Yeah, you could, yeah, Mikan's voice. I think she's just paranoid in general. I wouldn't think it has anything to do with him being Japanese. Generic blonde olive that dresses in green voice? Oh yeah, what did I think of that? What's that sound like? Oh no, was it your knife that? Are you the man who... No, I'm a lawyer. I'm Susato Mikotoba, pleased to meet you. Oh no, was it your knife then? Are you the one who... No, I assure you. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant. He's like, it wasn't me, but my assistant on the other hand. We heard that you'd regained consciousness and wanted to come to give you our best wishes. No, you have no idea who we are. Best wishes for me? Thank you. I'm Olive Green. It's just one step away from olive juice. I love you. What? I said, olive juice. Olive juice? Olive juice, you too. I am an artist. Well, no, that's not right, is it? What I mean is I'm trying to be an artist. Well, what do I really mean is I desperately want to be an artist. But the truth is, I don't have any talent. I know I don't. It's no wonder I was stabbed in the back. Oh my god, that's so depressing!
I'm no good as an artist. No wonder I was stabbed.
Good God! Man. Fucked up at my job today. No wonder I was stabbed in the back. I don't think that's related, actually.
Gosh, this young woman seems to bend over backwards to put herself down.
Seeing as we're here, we should ask her about what happened from her perspective, I suppose.
Well, I was walking, and then I felt a sharp pain, and then I fell. And I don't remember anything else.
Suddenly be struck in the back by a blade as you were walking along the pavement. What a terrible experience you had, Miss Green.
It was so cold that day, and the fog was so thick, I couldn't see a thing.
Oh, hold on 1 sec. Okay.
That was 4 days ago now, I think. Is that right? Yes, that's right. I'm afraid you've been comatose all that time. Well, the case has been solved, hasn't it? But I've been here in the hospital, I mean.
Indeed it has, my dear madam. Spectacularly, but none other than I, Sherlock Sholmes.
Mr. Sholmes, as you well know, it was Mr. Naruhodo's hard work in court that solved the case.
Are you yet to hear what happened, Miss Green?
Yes, I'm afraid so. A gentleman from the police force is supposed to be coming to fill me in shortly. Oh, I see. Me coming around seems to have made everyone frantically busy. I'm so sorry. I should never have regained consciousness. It was selfish of me. Oh no! We're also relieved that you're on the mend. Miss Green, we really are.
That kind of attitude. Maybe your surname should be Blue, not Green. I don't want to ask her about herself. So you're an artist, are you, Miss Green?
Oh no, I can possibly claim that. I'm a fledgling artist at best. I mean, I'm a student of art, really, at the Thorndike Academy of Fine Arts.
Oh my, an Academy of Fine Arts? Great Britain is such a wonderful country.
Tell me, Miss Green, do you live hereabouts?
Oh, no, actually. I don't deserve it, but I have a little flat on Brixton Road.
That was entirely unnecessary.
Just wanted to throw in that I didn't deserve it.
I see. Oh, very interesting.
Oh, no, is it?
Brixton is some 10 stops away on the underground from here, and Thorndyke Academy is a mere 3-minute walk from Brixton Town Center.
Does that matter, Mr. Shones?
Perhaps not, but Briar Road is a far less salubrious part of town by comparison, dwelt in by those of inferior means, including the maleficent Mr. Mustache.
Inferior means? I suppose Soseki-san does fit the bill.
It struck me as somewhat out of the ordinary for a young fine arts student to be walking in such a district. That's all.
What's this? She suddenly clammed up. Mr. Sholmes, you should be ashamed of yourself, prying into a young maiden's private affairs.
Ah, ha, 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 ha. Oh, dear me. Do forgive me.
If you don't mind. I'm being discharged shortly, so I need to pack up my things.
Yes, of course. We won't keep you. Thank you so much, Miss Green. Yeah, good God. Sorry for yeah, okay, I'm sure there's some stuff I need to look at. Wow, now I'm super fucking depressed. Jesus!
I'm sorry for blocking your fantastic view of the bed. I know it's all my fault for being in the way.
Alright, so that will be it for today. Well, I guess learn more about this sad sack later. No stream tomorrow. Anniversary stream on Wednesday. 4 years of streaming on 4/20. Nice. Final Fantasy 2 on Friday, I think, and then more of this next Monday. And I think next week is we're back to our regular schedule. Yeah, next week we're back to our regular schedule. We have this on Monday and Friday. So, you get to look forward to 2 streams next week of this. Wow, that's a new one. I think you confused class rep. It didn't even work.
Congratulations!
Judgment lights up.
That's a way to end it. I told you, he just confused her. She's like, what the fuck was that? What am I supposed to do with this question mark? Alright, everyone. I'll see you next time. So until then, stream is adjourned.
Let the record show.